Should be live. Okay. Hello. I'm back. Later than anticipated. I didn't sleep too well last night. Um, so I can quickly show where we left off. Or it's not like you guys are writing my code here. Actually, I haven't written any code yet, but so I did the level editing. Now I gotta stick this in a game and add like movement mechanics and then the actual core game mechanics. I think I'm gonna have to cut some stuff. We'll see how productive I end up being today. If I like, uh, let's see, where am I hoping to be by like in like 6 hours? I have this text file which is just kind of like notes on the game. So definitely want world movement. I think in 6 hours I should actually have these done, which is tough because that includes a lot. The main thing that falls into this category that would be adding a lot of time here is just making it so that you can use like a shop and just the whole shop thing. um, let's see, maybe by like 3 p.m. I should have the movement in. I should have the player in with animated, or yes, animated. I would like to have the plants in the collection and inventory, and then I can do NPCs, which that gives me like 3 hours for the NPCs, and maybe I can throw in the shop. I think that works. We'll see. I have to keep a pretty good pace here if I want to get this done. Because realistically, how much time do I have here in total? So normally I only do like 2 or 3 hours on Sunday. Um, and then I did, I think, 4 hours yesterday, so that's seven. And then at this point, I can do maybe 10 today. That leaves me with 17 hours in total for the gym. Which is funny because, well, I just a normal day at work for me is 9 hours. And I'll do this back to back. So I'll hit 18 in 2 days pretty easily normally, but not today. Um, you, you've seen a bunch of time lapses. You just don't get my spreadsheet workflow. Do I want to put it? No, I just made it by hand. Well, I mean, it looks at the. I thought you were talking about like how I generate them, but it's pulled out based on the blue lines. I think the stuff in my older time lapse is a different system though. So, actually, no, Moon Rapid Collection should be the same. Anyways, so I need to like turn this into a game here. Let's see. Where are my files? So there's this one. I need to pull up the reference from Moonlight Rabbit Collection because I do not remember how to. I always just use a reference for how I use my framework because there's some like boilerplate stuff just like in configuring it. So like this is specifically what I'm talking about here. Do I? Hmm, I might just copy. No, I think this actually might be a bit small for resolution. We'll see. Um, but like I can. There's a bunch of random things I have to specify here, and I gotta create those folders. And then like I gotta load up the grass manager, and it's like a bunch of random stuff. Got the render groups. Lots of random configuration stuff I have to choose at the beginning here. So I'm just gonna pull this up on the side here. You guys aren't gonna be able to see that, but I can. Do I really? Normally, the Moon Rabbit collection, it's actually just Mr. C or MRC for the file name. I'm gonna do gbs.py because why not? We'll do, what do I actually need here? It's annoying because like my microphone arm, because the way my setup is done, my microphone arm's in front of my two monitors on my right, so I have to like move my head to look around it. Um, Chat is like the only thing I can see because the microphone's like, oh, there's also pop filter, so it's up in my face. Um, I'm gonna put it right next to chat so I can see. From scripts.pigpen. Wait, no. Import scripts.pigpen as this is a shorthand. Last game. And we need a load function. This is what's just called when it gets set up. You just want to call the init function. We need a size, so 640, 630. I'm going to copy Moonrabbit Collection size for now, and then we'll adjust it as needed. The tiles are bigger, but the player might be smaller. No, I think the player's about the same size, so we'll see. Data, images, entities. I set that one up already. Sound path equals data SFX. I actually got to make this one. New folder SFX. So it's fine if that's empty. That just means I don't have any sounds to work with for now. Sprite sheet path. I already did this one. No. Images, sprite sheets. And so this is where the framework knows it needs to like extract the stuff out of the sprite sheets, but caption, gravity boots salesman. Input path equals data config key mappings.json. I need to rework the input system. It's not great. I think I did a better one for Yanok. I forgot. So these things don't exist yet. We're not going to do OpenGL yet. So there's OpenGL. I could do like true if I wanted to do shaders, and I probably will later, but I don't want to deal with that yet. So for now, I'll do that, I think. Now, I need to grab my fonts. Where is this? Data. What is it? I'm looking around my microphone again. Fonts, config, I think, right? Yeah. I'm just gonna drop that in there. So that gives me some fonts to work with, and then that also gives me this. Oh, no, that's put up over here. So here are the keys. So the first 5 can stay. Actually, there's no, I don't need down. Interact. I think we decided that was gonna be V. So the way I gotta do this, board V. This will give me the number. It's 118. And then we need ord C and X. So I think it's going to be power, and then that will be C, which is 99. And then we need flip, which is going to be button, and it's 120. All right, so those are the keys we need. So I've done the input config now, and I can just I'll check what the state of these things in my code now. All right, there's a bunch more stuff I gotta check here. I need to set the base display size. So this gets scaled up into whatever this is. So we'll do self.display equals pygame.surface, and I'm copying Moonrabbit Collection for now, and then I'll adjust it as needed. Just because it's kind of tricky to get the right size. I'm usually like just guessing. I will need a UI surf, same way as it works in Moonrabbit Collection, because when I do the shaders, I don't want the lighting shaders to apply to the UI, so that means I have to separate it out. And the shader has to know what's the UI and what isn't. Oh, there's I can enable like different components. And in this case, I do want to enable the foliage VFX system. I think I can copy some of this. So let's see. What we've got background entities, grass, sprite sheets, UI. So it's just UI and background. So we need the background and UI. I think that's it. I think I do need to move some stuff into a miscellaneous folder because of the way this is set up. Or else it's gonna do some weird stuff. So I do need a miscellaneous one. And then I need my render groups. YouTube already wants me to insert ads, really. Grass manager. So this is what's gonna handle the grass and the ground. This path should be the same. Tile size is gonna be 16. Tile map. We need new file. I think it's hooks.py. So data, I think I just put it like this. And then the spawn hook. Yeah. Why is it generate hook? Here, let me see what's going on here. And I keep having to lean. I won't have to do this as much once I'm not throwing in the boilerplate. Am I going out of frame? I can't even see OBS. Where is it? I've got so many things I'm in front of it. It looks like I'm fine. Wait. Oh, okay. So this is when I'm off the screen. Because I noticed yesterday a lot was going off the screen. But, okay. So I am looking for, what was I looking for? Spawn hooks. Where is, there it is. So I'm looking for, I'm just pulling this up to see what this looks like. So here's the spawn hook from Moon Rabbit collection. Why? Oh, I see why. The hook needs to be generated later on once other stuff is loaded. That's why, because I need to hook into the grass. That's what's going on. Anyway, so I can just copy this, and then I can. A lot of this stuff is not valid, but take that, and I do have to do the grass. So I'm going to configure how the grass is mapped to the tile map stuff I did. Grass, I have 4 options. So that means just go up to 3 here. Density range. That actually might be a bit low. We'll see later. Hook default grass. If not, default grass. I think that makes sense. Oh yeah, here's the tile ID from the sprite sheet. So that's just the location of the sprite sheet. So if this is the sprite sheet name and then the tile ID, and then so this will be hooked into there. So you just do this, and yeah. So if I'm returning true or false is what tells it whether or not to keep the tile. So now I believe there are a bunch of things that I want to throw out just immediately. So we can go over here. Can I do a large icons? What do we want to throw out immediately? Entities. I think that's it. I don't know about the foliage. I'm not sure. I think there's a different hook for that. We'll find out. I don't see it in here, but actually let's just throw out all this stuff right now. Or rather, let's comment it out, because I'll probably need something like this later. Now this stuff, there are no items like that. They're all just entities. So now I can just take gen hook from scripts.hook hooks, import gen hook, and we'll put that over to here, and well, so that should give me all that stuff. That's not how you spell foliage. And let's go back over here. What are we at now? We do need a player. I can do that later. I do need to create the camera. It doesn't have to be a player immediately, but I do need a camera immediately. So this is a useful feature. I have a feature where I can lock the camera to a tile map based on the dimensions of the tile map. So if you notice, there's like hard edges to the map when I was creating it, and so that'll lock it to that. It also like knows the display size and stuff, and I can say what I want it to follow. For now, I'm not going to set a target. I'll have to do that later once I have a player. I don't need that. I need update and then game.run. So it's just game.run down here, and that'll run the game. And then update, that looks right. I think I might be able to just like, wait. I might just throw in the OpenGL stuff now, just so I don't have to change it later. So this will make things take a little bit longer to set up here. So we're gonna say OpenGL is true, because the way this rendering is set up is like we need. Do we need camera? I don't think we need camera. I think we just need those for now. I can pass whatever I want. This is like stuff that's going into the shader. That's good. This is the grass. I need math. I'm gonna use this. I might have to tweak the formula, but I think I've used pretty much the same formula for the waving of grass for multiple games. Just like a sine wave on the time. Camera is the offset. That looks right. That looks right. This is not a thing. This is not a thing. That is going to be a different color for this game. So it's going to be whatever this thing is. This is going to be the background color. 40, 35, 40. How convenient. Where was that? It was paint. And then, ooh, why? I think I was adding one tile. So this becomes 16. This might be for just accounting for a bug. This is like one of the things where it's like, where I don't like recommend that everyone use this framework, and specifically for my needs, is because there's like random hacks like that. Anyways, hang on. What is this for? No, I think that's redundant. I think it needs to be, this might be a mistake in the Rabbit collection. I think that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. Let's go ahead and set up a shader. I think I might only have to set up a fragment shader. So I'm using frag.frag in Moon Rabbit collection. Is that this one or this one? Data shaders, literally just one shader. Just gonna copy this one, and then I'll just turn this into a normal shader. So I'm just using this to get the main function and stuff. Shaders, frag.frag. And so I don't need a lot of this stuff yet. Just need those two. F color equals that. I think it's just literally this. Yeah, I don't know that. And that's my shader. Now I just have to say the path. If we got I don't know what the camera's gonna do without tracking anything. I guess it'll be at 0, 0 probably. That's my guess. We'll find out. No, the question is, did I do everything right? Probably not, but we will find out. Oh, we had something. None type has no attribute animations. Why is it? Oh, is this the particle system? Particle. Ah, I got pranked. So this is one of those things where I put random hacks in the um pigpen code specifically for Moonrabbit collection, and I don't want these. Um, Render functions. Uh, this is some pretty cool stuff. I don't think I'll have time for stuff like this, but I'll just like comment it out because I'll do that for now. Is that fine? Render functions. Does it actually call a render? I don't think. Oh, no, it does call a render. What's the default? Hang on. Let me see how this is used. I'm not sure how this is supposed to work. Foliage. Custom tile renders. So it does actually need that. So it's gonna be a little bit more tricky. Um, I think I can just take this part, and that's probably correct. I'm winging it here. So I think this was the original, and I just tacked on this part. That's probably what happened. So I do need this. And I think that might be right, but we'll see. There we go. Why is it square though? Yeah, why is my window this square? Oh, that's a typo. It's 940 is what it was supposed to be. There we go. Looks nice. Now I might want to make it a little bit bigger. How do I want to do this? What was the reasoning behind these numbers? Do they add up to something? What is 1920 over 940? What? I mean, there appears to be a ratio here. It's like 940, 630. That's almost 1.5. Not quite. What was I doing? What is this? I mean, well, it's based on this, but then what's the reason behind that? Oh, it's probably multiple. Is it a multiple 14? No, it's not even that. What was it? What is that? Anyways, so let's just do. Let's make it a little bit wider and a tad taller. And I think I was tripling it, so it's become 660 and 1020. We'll see how this looks. I like that. Looks good. Yep. So we do need to put a player in the game. But you can see like I've got the grass right there. We've got our tree. So a lot of the visual effects stuff's already done because that's built into my framework. And then like I mean, if I wanted, I could do like random dumb stuff like Like I could change colors, do dumb stuff like that. Um, so the shader's already set up. Where does that leave us? I think players next. I'll take a look at chat real quick though. You subscribed on all your accounts? I'm getting close to 100,000. Where am I at? Let's see. I'm pulling it up on my phone. 98727. I'm getting there. I got less than 1,300 to go. How do I do my towels? Place my editor. Are they all perfectly? No, there's a lot of them are oversized. You can look at my last two streams if you want to see how I did that. Most of the last one is using the level editor. What time is it in Florida? You can look down here if you're. Actually, I don't. This is pretty small text. So I don't know if you can actually see this on stream. Probably, maybe. I don't know. You can maybe like you gotta look real close. Maybe you could see it, but yeah, it's 12 p.m. Why don't I use an engine? Because I kind of have my own that's made for my needs. You're seeing right now, like, I got to this state pretty fast, and I can throw in the player pretty fast. I basically have my own engine. Oh, I forgot to start my time lapse, I think. Oopsie. Shh. It's gonna be a little gap in the time lapse for like half an hour. Actually, I'm gonna pause it until I actually stop reading chat. Am I actually doing this for 8 hours straight? No. You can see there's gaps in my streams. What game am I making? That's what this thing's for. You can see my first stream if you want to get that. How did I animate the tree and bushes? That's built into my framework. It's just using some tricks with multiple layers and stuff. Well, actually, that bush is not animated. It's literally just a tree. So that's a tree just behind the wall that kind of looks like a bush. It's a little trick I use. What is Pigpen? It's my framework. It's just like basically a game engine. Yeah, okay. So let's keep going. Need to set up the player. Getting the first entity is the tricky part because I always forget how to do this. There is no documentation for my framework. My documentation is whatever I did previously. So I just look at references. So we'll just make a player.py. I think it's from import scripts.pigpen -pp class player p2p physics entity. I think it's something like that. There's some args in there. I know that. Let's see. Yep. So there's some config stuff in here. Why do I need this? I don't think I should need that. Animation equals. Oh, that's for spawning stuff. Can you just boop I remember the speed was really slow in Moon Rabbit Collection. This game is gonna be a lot more. You need to get places fast, so I'm actually gonna double it and see how that plays. And it's also super floaty, so the player's gonna be falling a bit faster. Well, you know what? No, this one should also be fairly floaty. Maybe not as floaty, but I think we said negative 5.5 was where it needs to be. Jumps. I'm thinking. I think we go with 1. I don't want to start with a double jump. I want you to be able to buy it. So digging, that's the Moon Rabbit Collection thing. Don't need that either. Oh, yeah. So there's some other stuff here. So there's an interaction with the grass system. So you use the grass manager to apply force, and you can just give it some stuff, and it'll apply forces on the grass in the system. Physics update. That'll handle physics. You need to do airtime. I think I can keep most of this. This I really should have. Well, so the physics system is not meant to be specifically for platformers, which is why it doesn't have like a thing to track whether or not you're on the ground or not. But I do need that in most platformers, so I ended up just needing it in most cases here. We need a max jumps. Self.max jumps equals 1. Max jumps, and we'll just do that. Now, I think there's some like a one-liner for movement, right? Yep. Is there? We'll gate this later. Yes, I'm gonna apply force. That's just moving the player. And then jumping. This is another common platformer thing. Lots of copying. I'll get into the not copying once I actually get into this game's mechanics, because there are a lot of unique things. It's just I'm doing the bare bones platformer stuff, because Pigpen is not specifically for platformers. Don't need sound. Self-touch jumps is 1. I do agree with this thing where you want a stronger jump when you're... I want to do this as an else. So this is just doing a flip thing. There we go. So that should give us a lot of the movement stuff. Is that everything I need? Maybe. So now we just have to define the player. So we go self.player equals player, and then from scripts.player import player. Player needs to be a player entity. That's gonna just tell it that it needs to use these images. So there's that. Now we gotta plop them somewhere. Realistically, we should use the spawn point from the map. How do we... So Jen Hook knows where that is. Well, I'll put in like 200, 200 now, and then I'll sort it out after this. But gotta add it into the entity system as an entity. Allow the camera to target the player. I think I put myself inside a wall. Hang on. We're gonna go a little bit right here. There we go. Where am I? Something's not right here. Oh, I know what it is. It's the hitbox. The hitbox is defined over here. Where is it? Images, entities, player right here. So seize player, I need to know how oversized this is. So I need to figure out where I want to put the hitbox. Realistically, it's right here. So 8x14, offset 4x3. Can I go over here? Yeah. -4, -3. I think I said 8x14. Not centered. I think that's correct. That should be good. So look at the grass moving around when I run through it. All right. So the player does need animations. I can jump around. Can I actually get around? Oh boy. Something's wrong with these ramps. So I'm like trying to jump while I'm on the ramps. Oh, it's because my horizontal movement is faster than the jump. So as I'm jumping, I still run into the ramp again while I'm trying to go up. That's what's happening. How do I fix that? I think I gotta make the jump stronger or the player slower. It's one of those two. The jump definitely does need to be a lot stronger though. So we're gonna go with 235. So it still isn't enough to like get me places. I might. So I need to be able to make this jump. That's important. That's gonna be tricky because that's a pretty tall jump. So there's a couple solutions. Let the player double jump, or I can make a massive jump, but then you have to hold it. Here, let's do this. If self.e input the holding up, self.gravity equals 500. So you can control your jump height now. Yeah. So I can like, yeah. Now if I hold the jump key, I go higher, which will let me get to a lot more places. I might have to just, because I can reach everywhere else, I think. So all I gotta do is make it so I can make this jump here. Oh, I can already make it, but I don't know if I like that. That feels funky. Anyways, let's see if this is still a problem. I might have to like decrease the horizontal speed. I could. There's a couple things I could do here. So first of all, let's cut down the speed. I know that needs to happen. We can reduce gravity. No, wait. No, gravity is fine. I mean, this should be covering it. Because 235 is greater than 80. Which I think should make it so that, like, Maybe it's because of the order of operation. Yeah, because it does X and then Y, I think. Might need to do it Y and then X to get the ramps to work. Hang on. This is one of my random hacks. Where is it? Is it in the tile map? No, it's entities. I think it's physics entity. How does this work here? Physics processor. Physics move, and I think, yeah. Okay. Just literally do that. I think that'll fix it. There may be some weird side effects that I'm not really used to, but yeah, that fixed it. So what was happening was because it was evaluating my horizontal movement first, it saw it as me going into the ground, and it was killing my velocity. The other solution actually, this is actually the better one. Undo that. Go over here. What was I gonna do again? Oh, I was killing my. I thought I was killing my velocity here. I guess not. I think that's built into this, so I think I do need to redo this because I would have to change this. Because what's happening is this logic is like resetting my velocity, I think. And it doesn't notice that, hey, I'm actually... Like, the ramps work in a weird way. Because it immediately looks at velocity 1, even though it can be triggered from horizontal movement. And it doesn't make sure that the velocity is not going in the other direction. But yeah, so we'll have this solution. So what I might do, I think I'll add another little thing here that I can use to... Why can't I jump? Where are my jumps? Huh? I could jump. Said, huh? I think I broke something. What did I do? So just undo everything I did in here entirely. Oh, and then do Y first. I mean, should still do this. Print. I'm getting it. It's getting lost somewhere. I think it's over here. Quad directions not being updated. Do I need to save that? No, it doesn't return it. It's setting it here. Oh, that's a bug. I did not notice because don't use right and left collision detection much. But this should be set over here because it's being overridden. I think yeah, there we go. Now I can do my thing. Okay, but yeah, so I don't think I need nearly this many jumps or this high of a jump if I can fix that one area. This one thing over here might be not particularly reachable, but you can get around. You can definitely get up well, you can drop down into this area from above. This is the middle thing, which yeah, I was on that before. I think there's one more island down here. Yeah, this is an easy one. So I'm gonna change the level design a little bit and add the one block I need to get up here. So this gap is the problem. So let's try to get the right layer. I think it's like right here. And what do I want to put on it? Just put some grass. I think I forgot to set the grass Z component because it's its own system, I think. That's fine, I guess. Data. Delete that, and we call that map. All right. So now I can get around. I just need to make it so the jump's not as strong. That might be fine. Just gotta make sure this works. It's a little bit hard to spot the player sometimes. So there's a small jump. This is a large jump. Ooh, that's a. It's actually easier this way, maybe. All right. And I can still get over here and stuff. In reality, it's fine if some places are inaccessible until you have more jumps. But, oh, you know, I just noticed? I'm stupid. That there's a reason why there was that gap there. Hang on. The reason is forcing you to use your ability. Hang on. So we can remove this, actually. My scroll wheel's like fighting me. It would have been nice to have done this event with a working scroll wheel. All right. There's that. And yeah, so the idea is that I need to use my abilities to get around in a lot of cases. Because I can invert gravity and I can just freeze it. So I can get pretty much wherever I want. I don't need to be able to, by default, jump to a lot of places. So I'm actually going to cut that down a little bit. And we'll cut that effect. So I will not be able to make the jump. I should be able to make this one though, I think. Oh, nope. So if I'm like over here, I'm gonna have to use my abilities to get around further. We'll do the abilities in a little bit. First thing is, I gotta, oh, I think I gotta turn off the fade on the grass. Hang on. It automatically shades itself when you're standing near it. That violates the palette. But first of all, Z component, oh, it's the same. That's correct. Where's this thing? So grass manager, this is a setting. Shade amount equals 0, I think is what I want. And then that'll make it so that when I stand on it, it doesn't fade. So now that keeps the palette consistent. Here we go. All right, now that we have that, I don't know. Why is that in front? Oh, I guess that makes sense. I think, yeah, because it's going to be the light source. All right. And I can still do this thing. Okay, cool. All right. I think we're set here. Next up is the player spawn and just getting like key locations. For that, I go into here and I'm doing this as a bit of a hack. Spawn 250, 200. NPC spawns empty list. Now, if this is 0, 0, let's see here. Images, no wait, sprite sheets, entities, 0, 0, and then 1, 0 for the NPC. Locations spawn equals W position. And then if it's that, then locations NPC spawns dot append W position. And I'll go ahead and delete this. So that gives us our locations. Now we can just import it over here. And I could like print it right here and see what we've got. Yep, there's all the spawn locations. Let's go ahead and set this to locations spawn. Can I set the start location? Yes. Oh, we'll do this. This is gonna be slightly off. I can adjust this later, but it's not too far off. It's closer. Can I make this jump? Not quite. I feel like that would be slightly infuriating, so I'm actually gonna go over here and say 6.5. Wait, no. 5.5. So I can, if I hold, I can jump a little bit higher. And that'll let me up here. Okay. So we've got the player, we've got the spawn point. We need movement mechanics. That's next. So, well, we have basic movement, but I need the abilities for movement to work. So that's going to be the gravity boots. And then I can do the animations. And then here, let me just make a list. Immediate. So we want, first we want to do, what was I saying? Oh, boots, abilities with UI. Player animations with a jump flip. Thinking what's next. Let's put the background in after that. Because the black sky is looking pretty black here. After the background, I think we need to do the plant spawns. Yeah. Plant spawns. Fiber spawns. Inventory. Anvil slash box. And then tutorial bubble. So these will show you what the things do. So like when you're near the anvil and box, it needs to show you what those things will give you. So that's not a full tutorial. A full tutorial I'll do towards the end. After that, we want NPCs. No, wait. We boot crafting. Then NPCs. And then at that point, you just do money, and we kind of have a game. The money timer. You need to have a score at the end. And end with score. And that gets us through the core features. And then, here, actually, let me just delete this. So I'm doing, call this order. So this is the stretch right here is, I'm not forgetting anything. Dairy, yeah. We need a shop entity. No, shop, I guess area, because I think I'll do it the way I did in Spike Dungeon, where there's not a UI thing. The shop is in the game world. That's actually easier to do. I guess it'll be like 3 different like icons, and you interact with them. Like when you're standing by them, it'll tell you where they are. You interact with them to buy it. With 3 upgrades. And then what's next? So the other stretch thing is lighting. And then tree particles. We'll do air and tree particles. What's last here? Oh, so well, this is gonna be essential stuff. So it's a full tutorial. Movement, VFX, sound effects. I think that gets us most of the way there. I think that's everything. I'm thinking. Well, there's music, but that's going to be Sunday. So today I want to do all of this, which is a bit much. I got like 10 hours left. Yeah. So boot abilities is first. These are not that complicated in theory. I will actually do some silly stuff with the rotation though to get this to be what I want it to be. And the floating, I'm thinking with the floating, when you're floating, I think you should be spinning around slowly. It would be funny. Just like, yeah, there's some funny stuff I could do there. So we just take the current velocity, and then you wouldn't be able to adjust that. And then when you're doing that, you start bouncing around. So I think there's a bounce constant for physics entities I can mess with. That'll give me that. So all I have to do is just say when floating, bounce equals 0.5 instead of 0. And then I disable the gravity and movement, and that'll make it work. I do have to convert the current movement into velocity though, because I don't think that's stored as velocity. Just deal with separately. Um, just reading chat. Yes, you can make APK files. I don't though, because I don't really care to make mobile apps. Do I think I'll do a code review stream? Probably not. At least not in the near future. Is having AI help with programming considered a no-no in these competitions? I think you're a lot. I don't. I don't know if the Alakajam has updated the rules for that because when the rules were made, that wasn't really a thing. Um, I know the Ludum Dare has updated their rules to say that you can. Um, yeah. I think though the way the Ludum Dare did it is the like if you're AI generating all your artwork, you're not supposed to um uh you're supposed to disable the ratings in the graphics category. Um but yeah. I think for code though, I think it's accepted. People are a lot more picky about AI generated graphics than code. Although making AI generated code work can be a bit of a pain at scale. Do I use Copilot? No. Uh, the push boots switch off gravity boots. Yeah, well, that's the one of the abilities already. I haven't implemented it yet. I'm about to. Um, I'm gonna go grab something to drink and I'll be right back. I'm thirsty. I'm back. All right. So going straight into boots. Um, let's do the UI first, which is not normally how you do these things, but that's how I'm gonna do it. Um, I'm gonna create a HUD script, and this will handle all the random UI stuff we gotta render. Import scripts.pigpen as that. And def render self pass, def update self pass. From scripts.hud import HUD. And I literally just gotta do HUD. And then we'll assign it. We don't have to. There's a different way to access it, but it doesn't really matter. Self.hud.update and render. It doesn't need layering because it goes straight to the UI serve. Okay. So we have our HUD here, and we have assets. I'm trying to remember how this works. First of all, I want my abilities, I think, in the bottom left, and then the inventory in the top left. That's probably what I'm going to do it. Or should I put the abilities on the bottom right? I think I'll do it bottom right. Thing about bottom, and that's actually where it is in Yanok. But the thing with having them, I want them to do opposite corners so they have more space for the inventory to grow. So we'll do self.e renderer dot is it I'm trying to remember how this stuff works. I can't remember. In here. I just gotta pull up the code. Renderer.blit. Yep. Surface position Z. But I want group equals UI. That's important. So surface. So this is what I want to render with. So this is gonna be self.e assets.images UI slot, I think is what it was. And it's a position on Z. We'll do bottom right equals self.e game.display.get size. And we'll put it at bottom right 0 minus slot image equals that. We're going to be using this multiple times. Minus slot image that get width plus 3, 4. BR1, and we do the same thing. I need parentheses in it here. Order of operations is important. And then we'll do, I think, Z equals 100. And then slot image, or ability in, we have two abilities. And I already did kind of assign names to them in the assets. So if I go over here, we have flip and power, I think. We're gonna do power first and then flip. Want an index on that so we can have an order to it, and then do that by I plus 1 by I plus 1. All right. Where do I want to store the cooldowns? That's a question. Well, first of all, let's see if this works. That's an important thing to check. I didn't mean to kill that. Where's my... Oh, sorry, running. Oh, oops. That's not right. They went diagonal. The Y one just needs to be done once. Not for each one. There we go. So now we have two boxes down here. These will be the cooldowns. I think I do need a little bit more space though, because I'm going to be putting some other icons there. So I'll make them gap, a 6 pixel gap. And then we need our icons. So if you remember, we have 3, and this is dependent on the cooldown. So what I'll do is I'll set the cooldown to 50%. Well, the way it's going to work, how do I want to do this? I think I'll do cooldown rates rather than having specific values. So they both go to 1, go from 1 to 0. So self.cooldowns equals, we've got our two abilities. So we've got our power equals, I'm going to put them both at 0.5. We've got power, and we've got, actually, no, I'll do them opposite. So one's going to be 0 and the other, just to test both cases. And then the cooldown rates, I mean, I can do that, just hard code it here. So self.cooldowns power equals, I'm like hitting the wrong keys. Max 0. You need to grab this thing. Minus self.e window.dt by. So this is just kind of a scaling. So how long should the cooldown be? I can do it's divided by however many seconds I want it to take. So if I want the cooldown to be for power 3 seconds, then I do that. And then flip. I think the flip should have the higher cooldown. But I'm actually not going to do these yet because, well, I'm going to comment them out just so it stays the same. And I can deal with the rendering of it. So it's going to do the player's cooldowns. Here's how I'm going to grab it. Cooldowns equals self.e game.player.cooldowns. So that's how I can get that over here. And so now that I have the cooldowns, I can figure out what I want, which images I need to render and how. First step is we do if cooldowns ability. So the case where there is no cooldown remaining and it's ready, we use the full image. So for that, just grab this. And what is the offset? So I had like a rim, the border, and then I can't remember if it's 2 or 3 I've got to add. We'll try 2 first, but it might be 3. And it's not that. It's gonna be self.e assets.images UI with an F string, and it's gonna be the ability full. Okay, we should hopefully have the image for one of them in. Okay, so I was wrong about the offset. I was off by 1 pixel. It was actually 3. But yeah, if I run this now, you can see the full one here. So that ability is ready. Now the power one's halfway ready. So when it's halfway, we got to do a trick here. We got to crop this. How do I want to crop it? I have a clip thing. Where is it? GFX util.clip. Yes, that's what it was. And then we need how much height do I have on these? They're 10 pixels tall. So px height equals cooldowns ability by 10. And then we've got to clip it. Am I clipping with a rect? Yeah. So we have the cooldown and the ready. Cooldown image equals this shenanigans. And then cooldown. And then we have the ready. Ready. So they're gonna be opposite from each other. So hang on, I can do a quick cheat here. If I take one of them, I only have to clip one of them. If the top one has the right colors. So if I completely fill this with that color, I can just blitz it over and only crop the top one. Where's the other one? The battery. This one's gonna look a little bit funky while it's coming up as ready. Now I only gotta clip one of them, and it's gonna be px height. Yeah, that's correct. So pygame.rect 0, 0, 10 px height. And when you say if px height, I need pygame. And we're clipping the ready image. But we want to have already rendered the cooldown image, so hang on. Just throw in the cooldown image right here. Render that by default. And then over here, clip it. Clipped ready. And then, hang on, I need to think about this. So it'll grow. So it's coming off of cooldown. I think you go top to bottom rather than bottom to top. No, bottom to top's fine. Okay. So actually, I think I can just keep that the way it is. And let's run it and see how this looks. So you can see the battery is halfway loaded here. Yep. I'm going to do a slight tweak to the image, though. I don't like the way that looks. I'm going to put that there. Even over here, it's also that color. I'm taking some creative liberties. So that's coming off of cooldown. Now I can actually do this, and I'm actually going to set them both to 0. And what we'll do is we'll let the player use the abilities. And for that, we'll do if self.e input pressed. I think it's power. Self.cooldowns power. If not that, self.cooldowns, nope. Cooldowns power is 1. Now I can do that for the flip too. And when I'm assigning to one, that's kind of the section of code where I can handle the abilities effects as well. But that's just the keys. So now I can just press them. So I can see the cooldown move in there. It's going backwards though. Why is that backwards? Oh, because it starts at 10 and counts down. I'm dumb. That's HUD. Equals 1 minus. Okay, so now hang on, I don't like that placement. We're going to go over here and we're going to add plus 10 minus px height. So now it'll go in the other direction, so it'll like fill up. Oh no, that's not right. Hang on. Player HUD. So the clip, this part needs to be px 10 minus px height. So now it'll fill up. So now you can see like the icons just fill up when I press the button, and then they light up when they're ready. Now I need to add the keys that tell me what to press. Go over to here and we'll say keys equals, we do power first and then flip. So it's going to be the C key and then X key. And all we got to do in either case, go right here. We need to, it's going to be -2, I think. And then we don't do the +1 there. I'm thinking. No, wait. No, you want to be further to the right. So actually, I'm gonna cheese this. I'm just gonna guess. Oh, wrong image. But I overshot it too. This is gonna be keys I. There we go. So now it shows the keys, but not quite the position I was looking for. I'm gonna go 2 pixels to the left and a pixel up. I can go 1 more pixel up. There we go. So now it actually properly shows you what keys you got to press. Now what would be cool maybe is if it didn't show the key unless the ability was ready. So for that, I think we just literally just indent it. So now press it and the button disappears until it's ready again. And that's just like an extra thing that can tell you that your thing's ready. All right. So the easy one to do first is the gravity. So self.gravity direction equals 1. Self.gravity power equals true. We could say 1. For power, that equals 1 minus self.gravity power. That'll invert it, so it'll flip between 1 and 0. For this one, we do you multiply by -1 and that'll invert it. But this one's gravity direction. And what we gotta do for this now, self.gravity direction by that. Floor direction equals down if self.gravity direction is greater than 0. Else up. And then we only evaluate this if self.gravity power. Here goes the gravity. So my jump though is going the wrong way. I do want to add a velocity cap. There should be a way to do this. Hang on. I forgot how this works. Is there not a cap? I mean, I can just implement it myself, but sure. We'll do that. Self.velocity 1 equals max self.velocity cap, self.velocity cap, max of that, min of that, self.velocity 1. And we don't want it to go faster than 350, 330. We'll see. And the jump needs to keep the direction in mind. I already have that. Oh no, that's the holding, that's not the press. By self.gravity direction. Now I can jump, but upside down. But I do need to get the actual flip stuff in there. The player's gonna like rotate so it's not right side up. My feet are gonna be on the roof is what's gonna happen. I think the camera's gotta be a little bit tighter. I can't remember if this is inverted or not. We'll see. So higher slowness is slower. So I think this might be able to keep up. Yeah, that kept up, I think. So if I just go down here, yeah, I'm good. Is this the, what is, I'm trying to find and see if I can fall all the way to the bottom. I hit it. I can fall all the way up. And yeah, I stayed within the camera the whole time, so I think that's the right camera speed for this. All right. Did I set an FPS cap? I don't think so. I'm doing 65, just in case. All right, so we have that part. I need to do the power now. So the power, the way this is gonna work is if self.gravity power I mean, realistically, I can just like math it. Or, I can do that. And then, so that'll disable the gravity. And then it needs to be that this doesn't work. I can also just math that. And then can't jump. We want I don't want it to be able to accidentally consume it. So I'm actually going to gate this one. And then so when you enable it though, it needs to be able to set your velocity with whatever your last movement was. So for that, I gotta go check it how that works. Handles movement there. Next movement. Um, okay, so next movement, I should just add that to velocity, and then player. Oh, wait a second. There's nothing that normalizes the x velocity, so I'm gonna have to do that. But I know it's over here. So if self.gravity power, so if we turned it on, self.next movement, self.velocity 0 plus equals that. So we just add whatever the movement was in terms of. Oh no, I think that's the full movement. Wait, hang on. Velocity. No, but it gets reset. I gotta call this before doing the actual physics update, and if I want to get the stuff here. So this is gonna be moved. This has to be between these two if I want to access the next movement. And then we need velocity normalization, which I think that's a field I can toy with here. This is per second, I think. What's the gravity force? I forgot. Gravity, self-gravity. Should be similar. Oh, wait, no, never mind. I forgot. You don't want to actually touch that. There is no drag in space. So what it's actually going to be is you put an else here. Else. Once you turn that off, actually, no. So if you have gravity power, if any of self.collide directions.values, as soon as you touch something, it'll reset all of your velocities. If self.velocity is 0. That's how that'll work, I guess. I'm gonna have to toy with that later. I'm just trying to figure out how to remove the velocity from. No, actually, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a self.free fall equals false. So this is a flag I'll use to indicate a certain mode when you've turned off the no, when you turned it back on. Else self.free fall equals true. And then if any of that and self.free fall, then you do that and you say self.free fall equals false. And then if you're free falling, you cannot move. If not, self.free fall. And obviously can't jump. Could you jump? Hey, wait, I'll def cancel fall. So I'm gonna take this stuff and put that there. And what I want to do is actually, if you jump, if you jump, self.cancel fall. So you can actually, when you turn the gravity back on, you can cancel your free fall if you have an extra jump, but otherwise you're just kind of, you don't have control. The weird thing that I'm dealing with is that normally you can move right and left when you're in the air, but the idea is that if you're switching out of turning gravity off, then I don't want you to be able to. Ultimately I'll just play with it and see how it feels, but I don't know if I got all that right. Let's see. So the idea was I didn't get any X velocity there. I think the base cooldown should be a little bit lower. Maybe 1.8. And then so my horizontal movement got lost there. Where did it go? That is the question. I need to do the bounce thing. If self dot, or if self dot gravity power, self dot bounce equals 0, else self dot bounce equals 0.5. In theory, that means, yep, look at that. I bounced. And then I can turn it off. But yeah, so I lost the X component of my motion there, and I need to figure out where that went. I thought it would be in here. Where is it? X component of the right here. It should be in next movement. That's what I thought. So let's go ahead and print out what's in here. I thought though, because I'm after apply force, that would have been set. But we will see. That's concerning. Oh, I did this backwards. That's why. Because turning off gravity is when this needs to be applied. Okay. Hang on. Did I do that right? Well, let's print this out again. I mean, it should be 1 or 0. There it is right there, and I have it. Oh, you know why? I know why. Gotta undo the DT application. It was being applied, it just wasn't. It was scaled wrong. So like now I'm like bouncing around the way I intended. And I could like invert the gravity and then go up to the roof like that. Okay, that didn't work right on the ramp. What? Hang on. It will definitely take a little bit of getting used to these abilities, but I'm curious. I gotta like, no, that's not right. I'm trying to hit the ramp. No, I missed. It's like pressing all the buttons and they're not doing what I'm intending. I mean, that works close to as expected. It would be a bit of a pain to get that right, though. What do I want to check? I want to check the free fall. So it's supposed to be. So turned off the gravity there. And I inverted it. So now if I enable the power. Yeah, and I couldn't control myself until I landed. That's how it's supposed to work. All right. So the idea is that like if there's something way up in the sky, you can go grab it by like using that. you can like get to different locations using this. Because there'll be a lot of like NPCs in the sky that you're gonna try to get to. Um, that you can't. It's a bit challenging to reach. So you'll like do this stuff to get to them. And actually, one of the best ways to hit a bunch of stuff is to actually just do this. Oh wait, no. You turn on your gravity like this, and you just start bouncing around. Oh, and I guess since your velocity gets halved after every bounce, it's not particularly useful. But yeah, so that's how that works. But yeah, so the player's gonna flip, which will give you a better idea of which way the gravity is pulling. And then also I'll have other stuff that's kind of indicating what the current state is on the player, so it'll be easier to tell what's going on. But yeah, that'll be interesting. Ooh. All right, so where are we? So we have the boot abilities, and they work, yay. Next up, player animations. So animate running, idle. Maybe I should do a flailing. No, run, idle, jump, flail. And then do flips on the jumps when you're not jumping off the ground. And then what's the last thing? Oh, right. So the directionality based on what your current ability usage is. Man, there's a lot of stuff on this list though. Yikes. Animations are next, then the background. There's a lot of animations I gotta do for this. Reading chat. What's better with that music? How do I rate Pie Game on a scale of 1 to 10? I mean, it depends on what you're trying to do with it. It's good at what it's good for. Are there any advantages to just developing Python using STL2 directly versus Pygame? The advantages are mostly in using Pygame over STL2 directly because Pygame just provides extra features. What's the theme? Gravity. I used to have background music. I just haven't had time to get it back and set back up again. I have like a whole stream overlay I was working on and just a bunch of stuff there, but I've like defaulted to just recording my screen and my voice and my avatar because the other stuff is in progress. But I have so many things on my plate right now that I just haven't gotten around to working on the stream setup really. And I mean, if you want that music, you can put it on yourself. Uh, but yeah, this is Pygame. I've tried Godot. I don't. there was a use case for me with it for VR stuff for a bit, but then I switched to making my own VR game engine, which I have a video about. So I don't really have much of a use for Godot now. Hey, Arl, is it? I forgot if it's Oral or Arl. I feel like Danae says Arl or something, but I don't know how much that is the accent. What's the deadline? Uh, we're almost 24 hours in, but I've not done half of the time I have available to me yet. So, okay, player animations. We need jump ship. Okay, so this is where I crack out a sprite. I need a few different animations here. Wait. Actually, might not do the flailing. I might just make it jump and then the NPC flail because I don't want to deal with that animation twice. So this is going to be idle. This is the first one. 3 frames, simple stuff. Wait a second. No, this one needs to be. So the head drops and then the hat drops is the idea. Maybe I could like exaggerate it a little bit. Why is it not putting in my secondary there? That's annoying. So it's. Actually, I think I like it more like this. So what if the hat floated up? Okay, so that's an interesting idle animation. Now I can do a little bit of stuff with the hands too, just to add a little bit of more flavor to it. There, that's an idle animation for you. Owl roll. Owl roll. I think normally AUR in English is or. Well, the only word I can think of that starts with AUR in English is aura. You thought you were about to witness animations in paint? I used to do that. I don't do that anymore because it just doesn't work that well. What is my take on gravity? You're a gravity boots salesman. You sell boots so the people on the asteroid can stick to the ground because they're floating around in the sky stranded. And so you sell them gravity boots so that they can stand. But then you also have your ungravity boots that you use to get around. So you can turn on and off gravity and flip it around to try to reach the guys floating around in the sky. All right. So here's my idle animation. I don't want to save that like that. I'm going to do save as. And what I'd like to do normally is just create like an ASPRAY folder. These are not used by the game, so I could actually delete it when I'm uh, player idle. I could delete it if I wanted when I'm like creating the executable, but the files aren't that big. I mean, look, there's 1 kilobyte right there, so normally just leave them. But this is how I export them. So we'll do PNG image 0. Agree. All right. This is the one I'm looking at. So images, entities, player. There he is. Now I need a running one. So for that, let's just Alt-C all this stuff. We'll do save as, and we'll call this one player run. So we need a run and a jump. So run cycles are interesting. I think I'll worry about the red stuff later. I'll just delete that for now. So I think normally need to be like 1 pixel higher for a run cycle, just have the visual space for this. I'm trying to do the passing. It's a little bit funky. This is like a cartoonish stick figure intentionally, which makes the run cycle really weird. So I was doing passing. So that gives me this and this. It hasn't lifted yet. And then we get the lift. Okay, I think go here. And it lift on this frame here. Actually, I could do it like that. And then, so this leg's gonna start coming down. And then we have contact. And then when that's happening, it's like when this leg's gonna be like up here. This looks a little bit derpy. That leg's like really out front. I think I might need to just like move this like. And then this one I'm actually gonna go. Yeah, leaning the player forward during running animations is pretty normal, I think. There we go. That's looking okay. So it goes up, down. I don't like how it goes back there. So I might actually just go ahead and do that. Oh, no. Up here and do that. Now I gotta do the lean stuff. So I think you lean forward most when you're running on these two steps, the last two. So I will lean it right. It's gonna be like, oh wait, no, hang on. I can't have it being the two. That's not how you do that. I'm rusty. It's been a minute. I think the way I do it is this one. Is the one you lean forward on, and then this one too. That's looking a little bit funky. The crossover is not looking too good, I think. So there we go. I think that's a better crossover. Now still looks a little bit derpy, but that's fine. Now I need to make the stuff bounce a bit better. Make the hands flop. Make the hat go, or the head lag behind a bit. So the hat needs to like hang up here. Nope. There we go. Did I do that right? I'm gonna cheat a little bit because I didn't like the way that looked. So now the hat's a bit free floating there. And that will be the running animation, I guess. Oh wait, no, I need the boots. The boots are important. There we go. Boots. Okay, and there we go. Looks derpy and floppy. We'll take that. This will be the run animation. Image 0. There we go. So that leaves. I'm gonna can I open recent? Yes. I need the clean standing one as a reference to make the jump. Man, life must suck on an asteroid without a gravity boot salesman around. Yeah. When moving something in A-Sprite, you hold control to make copy, so you don't have to fill the empty spaces, leave them behind. Well, so it was putting in the transparent color. You say hold control? Well, so, but then that's not quite what I want. I mean, it's almost what I want. I would still have to go and tweak it. I guess it would be a little bit quicker. Okay. Anyways, so jumping needs to be up in the air in a bit. So that actually might be good enough. This will be just a single frame, so I'm not going to actually make an animation out of it. All right, so those are the player images. Now I think, what? Oh, I think I know what happened. Wrong thing. I need the other one to go. Oops. I hit the wrong button on my music. Okay. What was I? Oh, right, the config. So this thing probably got messed up. I bet that's what happened. So what I have to do, idle got messed up here. Can I just like, I might be able to just delete it and it'll figure it out for me. We will find out. Yes, that works. Look. So now I just got to put the other animations in. So we want it to be if you're moving on the ground. So if self dot, what was it? Next movement 0. Well, first of all, if self dot air time is greater than 0.5 or 0.1, that 2. It's greater than or equal to 2. Self dot set action jump. Else, or we can do an LF here. LF self dot set action run. Else self dot set action idle. I think that'll give us the animations we need. There it is. There's the floppy run, and the jump, and the idle. So we have all the animations. I do think that the running one should be a bit faster though, so I do have to go into my config here and where's run? We can just double it, or let's put it at 60% faster. I think that's actually a little bit too fast, I think. Player. Where is it? So 3.5 maybe seems right. That looks fine to me. Okay, so those are those animations. So the other ones I have to do is the rotation stuff, which is going to be the annoying part. I'm gonna have to figure out the state machine for rotations. So it should have a target rotation. And I think I'll do that in terms of, yeah, okay, I think I got it. So self.target rotation equals 0. Whenever you flip it, you go plus, where's the flip? Plus equals, is this on radians or is it in degrees? I'm gonna go with radians. I'm pretty sure it's radians, but I'm not 100% sure. And then, so the other thing I got to deal with is when you jump. Where's the jump code? That's right here. If you jump, if self.airtime is greater than or equal to 0.2, self.target rotation plus equals that times c. You're going to do a full spin. And then rotation is that. But that depends on direction. So you want to go clockwise if you're facing right. I think, wait, So it's a series of inversions. So it's like an XOR of your flip and the gravity. So if dir equals dir equals 1, we'll just do this. If self dot flip 0 dir equals if self dot gravity direction is less than 0, and then we do times dir. And then the last step is actually apply the rotations, and we just do self.rotation equals game math.normalize, and then we start with self.rotation, that's our amount, and then we do self.rotation and target rotation. So how much we want to rotate is going to be, it's a half second for a flip, I think. So we want math.pi by 2 by self.e window.dt. So if I walk off an edge and jump, that didn't work. Is that not how that works? I think there's a rotation thing. Well, first of all, print self.rotation. Second of all, let's make sure that rotation works the way I think it does. Oh, no, it's degrees, because Pygame's in degrees, and I never converted it. So that'll be funny. Okay, so this is 180 now. And this is going to be 360. How fun. It's also backwards or something. I might have to subtract up here. I think Pygame's rotations are... No, they're like forwards. I can't remember which way they go. I keep forgetting this stuff. So this will just be 360. I might have to invert the math on this. Actually, maybe all of it. We'll see. That's backwards and too slow. Why are my feet in the roof? Oh, I didn't think about that. I need the hitbox to be centered. I'm trying to think of the best way to do that. I could just make a... Here, I'm gonna cheat. Or no, wait. I'll think about that in a moment. I want to deal with the slow speed and stuff first. Where did I mess up? Oh, that was supposed to be times 2, but it actually looks like it might need to be times 3, which is times 2.5. The other thing, I got this backwards. We'll do that. Just a triple negative for you. Oh. There we go. That's correct. Let's make sure this side works. That's not what I wanted. I think I need to change the math a little bit. So I had 0.2. I think it does need to be 0.1 here for the airtime because I'm walking off the edge and it's not triggering it. I think that was the correct direction. I'm not used to looking at this stuff upside down. Yeah, that's the correct direction. Now the flip is backwards. Oh. Where's the auto flip logic? There's an auto flip thing. How does this work? It's in here somewhere. Oh wait, no, it's in here. Uh, so I flip the auto. I need to flip the auto flip, and then that actually saves me a lot of headache. Too bad I don't use this enough to remember how I set this stuff up. So what it needs to be is where was I doing that stuff? I'll just do it up here. We'll say if self.gravity direction is more than 0 or less than 0, self.auto flip equals -1, else self.auto flip equals 1. Yeah. Now that actually builds it into the flip here, which means that I don't have to do this now. So it just becomes equals 1 if self.flip 0, else -1. That becomes a one-liner. I think, if I did that right. So that's forward. That looks correct. That looks correct. And the flip is correct. So now I just have to fix the hitbox. So whatever happened there. My feet are in the roof. I'm trying to think about if there might be a little bit of a hack I can do here. If there's 3 more pixels on the bottom, where's the resize canvas? So that becomes 20. Pin that to the top. And just fill all that stuff. File, export as, and this one is idle. And then now we can just see if it works, and then we can undo it if it doesn't. I can't remember how I set up the math for that. Does work, okay. So now I just have to do that for the other ones. I think that worked on the ground, right? Yeah. So pull this back up, open recent, should run sprite canvas 20. Nope, wrong way. Sprite canvas 20, not 30, 20. Put these in, save, export as, run, export, agree. Last one's easy, it doesn't have the same stuff here, so 1, 2, 3, and we're done. So now I can run on the roof. And I can bounce around. So I need the what was it? Oh, I need the flailing. It's not the player's not gonna flail, but it's gonna have a spinning thing going on. How do I want to do this? Um, if gravity, okay, so I'll do it here. Self dot rotation plus equals self dot e window dot dt, and maybe we'll do that. We'll say times um, how do I wanna, I don't know if that's a good idea or not. We'll see what happens. So we'll do that, and then what I need to do when you disable it, well, first of all, this logic can't be there, it needs to be over here. And then when you disable that, I need to do a little bit of a thing here. Power, go into free fall, you do self dot rotation equals self dot rotation mod 360 plus self dot target rotation. I like that. And then, so yeah, when you're floating around up there, so that's how you can kind of tell you're floating around is when your player is like spinning. I'm gonna double that because I want to see more spinning going on here. I need more spinning action. Double that. Or plus self dot velocity is 0 instead, and then we times 2 it. Now that'll get us some fun stuff. Look at that spin. And then so I can just turn the gravity back on and I go back to the ground. Hang on. It's got a text. Okay. All right. So we have the movement abilities working with the player animations. So I can like bounce around and do my thing. It'll be definitely kind of funny trying to get certain things. I might make the camera view a bit bigger. We'll see. It's a little bit difficult to tell like when like, you can forget what you left your gravity at when if you turn off the gravity. Yeah. Yeah, moving around is definitely interesting. I think there's a huge potential for just like a skill-based component to this. Like there's definitely a learning curve to the abilities and getting used to them. Maybe what I'll do is I'll add like an arrow that says which way the gravity's pointing. If only when you've disabled it. Just so that you know which way you're gonna end up going once you turn it back on. But yeah, so where does that leave us? Player animations are done. Yeah. So background, plant spawns, fiber spawns, and an inventory. Background seems like a 30-minute task. Yeah, there's not a whole lot that I have to do there. Just place a bunch of images randomly and then make them scroll and maybe give them some parallax. Fiber. The plant spawns and fiber spawns are going to take a little bit more code. Shouldn't be too bad. Now the bubbles are going to take a minute. So what did I say? These three together, that's probably like 3 hours. Yikes. Ideally, I should have this done. Oh, thanks for the $2 Daily Doge. That's your fourth super chat. Yeah, how do I learn pixel art? I just follow pixel artists on Twitter, and I look at their stuff, and I mean, most of it's just brute forcing. And I've seen like there are a lot of pixel artists that more specialize in pixel art than just being a generalist like me. Where like they'll just focus it on it for like half a year or a year, and they'll be better than me. So the way I learned is not the best because I've been doing it for a decade. But yeah, so I mean I learned by just doing and by seeing other people's artwork. I didn't follow any tutorials or anything. Just kind of figured it out. No, this is for the Alakajam. Can I try Linux for my work? I can't stream on Linux, or maybe I can now, but there were things that I needed that I couldn't use that were like Windows exclusive. They needed for streams in the past. And then also I don't think DaVinci Resolve can run on Linux. There's a bunch of random stuff I use that's Windows only, well, or like Windows or Mac, I think. And then also it makes sense to be on the operating system that most of my players are using. That way, if there's any platform-specific bugs, I'm more likely to catch it for the users that are more affected. Now, for my actual job, like when I'm going into an office, I do use a lot of Linux. All right. All right. So background. So where do I want to be by like 4 p.m.? I think like right here. Man, the time math is not working out for me. I need like another 3 hours. I don't know where I'm gonna get it. The annoying thing is that after I finish the jam, I gotta go on a road trip. And I would prefer to not be very tired for that, because that's not a good idea. So, well, realistically, I get 3 hours on Sunday, so I could actually move the sound effects to Sunday. I could actually do all three of these on Sunday. These three. That's reasonable. So this one, yeah, actually, so that works out. So if I can get through this by, I think, 7 p.m., so in the next 5 hours, if I can do all this, I think that leaves enough time to do this today, and then this just takes like half an hour. And then that leaves that for Sunday, so that does actually work out. All right. Does DaVinci Resolve work on Linux? I think it may have not in the past. I don't know. I haven't looked into it. But I know there's a VST that I use. Oh, and that's another thing, music. lots of VSTs and stuff are Windows specific, and I used a VST for OBS for a while too, so it was Windows only. All right, background. This one's not gonna be too hard. Scripts, background.py, from scripts, import scripts.pygpen, class background, element singleton, and does it need an update? No, it doesn't. It just needs to render. Okay. So background from scripts.background, import that. Self.bg equals that. And then we can do a self.bg.render. And for this, it's going to place a bunch of things. Self dot decor. I don't even know. It just needs to be a list. For I in range celestial bodies. We'll do that. we'll say there's 40 of them. If rand wait, so how do I want to do the math on this? So I have a few different images to work with here. So we have these. The lower numbers should be more common. If random, we need a lot of random for this one. Dot random is less than 0.2. So at least 4 times as many stars as moons. Type, wait. If random is less than 0.4, t equals none, t equals moon 1, else t equals moon 2, else if random is less than 0.3, t equals random.choice star 2 star 3, else t equals random.choice star 0 star 1. So now we just pick random locations. So this part's easy. So t, and then we need a location. So we'll just say self.e game.display.get width by random.random self.e game.display.get need height times the random. So just a random location. And then on top of that, we need a depth factor. So the moons, I'll just put depth here. So for moon's depth equals random by 0.1 and plus 0.1, 0.2 plus 0.1, and then depth equals random by 0.05 plus 0.05. No, not plus at all. So actually, it's not real depth, it's the inversion, it's the movement scale. Now, all we gotta do for body in self.decor, position equals, you take the current position, and then you offset it by the camera, body 0 plus self.e game.camera 0. That might be backwards. By body 2. So body 10 is what I need there. To the y-axis, and then last step for these is to modulo it by the display size, and that will give me the position. Okay, so now self.e renderer.blit, and oh, something I just noticed, and this needs to be oversized a little bit. We'll just add like 20. The reason is that where is it going? Oh, because the images need to be able to go off the screen too, I think, right? Wait, hang on. No, wait. Does that work? I'm thinking. No, yeah, I do need that. If it were just 1 pixel, I wouldn't need it, but a lot of them are bigger than that. Now you subtract 20. These are going to be like the top left coordinates. And then we need self.e assets.images background, and then we throw in our P0, and then the position is P. Z is going to be negative 100, and then plus depth, or that's P2. So that'll layer it for us. So the moons will appear in front, usually. Or no, always. Okay. I think I already had the render call. Yeah. Oh, why is P0 a number? Oh, no, I mean body 0. Good. Okay. Body 2. Moon 2. There's no moon 2. What am I doing? Moon 0 and moon 1. No, wait, there's moon 1 and moon 0. Look at that. They're going in the wrong direction, but it's something. Okay, so time to fix that. You need to invert the camera effect. And then it looked to me like this stuff's got way too much scale to it. So we'll do 1.5 there, and then this will be plus 2.5, and this will be 0.5 or 0.3, and that's 0.25. I saw something pop into existence there, but I guess not. So we got our stars in the sky. I think I'm gonna cut back on the moons. We don't need that many of them. Background. So cut back on the moons. We don't need that many moons. We'll do. I'll actually cut it in half, but then double that, or it will increase by 50%. And then these stars can be a little bit rarer. Okay. So you've got. I don't see any big moons this time. I think that's just a coincidence. But I like the way the sky is looking. We have a sky. Yeah, there's a big moon. Okay. Yep. So I think we're good on that front. Background's done. Plant spawns and fiber spawns. Plant spawns are going to be the easier one here. So you just got to deal with 4 rotations. And then I have to have like a plant entity. Trying to think about how I'm going to do the math. I could just use matrices. That might actually be the right move. Rotation matrices are easy. I'm filling rotation matrices. I think that's the easiest way. Wait, no. It's just multiplication. I don't have to. It's the most generic solution, though. I was thinking about how I'm going to place the fiber points. But let's start with getting those plants in there. So to do that, first I got to hook onto the tile system. I need images, entities. No, wait, images, sprite sheets, entities. It's the bottom row. So I'm looking at 2, 2, 0, 3, 3. But it rotates. Why did it counterclockwise? Come on. It starts left, rotates counterclockwise. I might switch this up. No, I can't at this point. Because the ID is already in the map. Oh. Gem deadline is in almost exactly 24 hours. Darken with depth to sell the effect. I only have 4 colors. So, can't really do that. I'm going to take a quick break for a couple minutes. I'll be right back. I'm back. um, yeah, I made this avatar. It's written in Python and modern GL. All right. So I need the sideways plants and stuff. So I need to get their spawn locations, and to do that, I use the spawn hooks. This is here. If tile data tile ID 1 is 2, we'll do. We can actually just directly add it here. Plant.py. Scripts, pigpen. Not what the. That is not what I wanted. Well, I just did it again. These autocompletes are annoying. All right. So for the plant, though, I need to have a location. So I need a position and orientation. Def update self pass. I think I gotta look at how this one works. I think it takes DT. I forgot. I think it. Yeah, I think it just passes DT, doesn't it? Let me double check. So in here, entity groups, update. There's more logic than I remember being in here. Yeah, it calls with DT. And then we use render Z, which means I need all of these arguments. Well, no. Whatever the player has, pretty much. Where's plant? Plant. So it has DT. And then player, I don't think I overrode render on this one, so I just go over here and pull up render. Well, render Z is the one I want. So that gives me the parameters. And I can just throw a pass in here for now. But that'll make it so that I can throw it into the entity system. Hooks. Self.e entity groups to add plants. From dot import dot plant import plant. I think this is the top left corner. So then I have to do the math on that. I have to do the matrix stuff in a moment here. You can do this without matrices, but it's just a little bit more annoying. So the X is, oh wait, no, this is, I think that's how that works. Yeah. All right. So that'll add the plants in. And then, let's do the matrix math to figure out where to put their position. I forgot. Here, we're gonna Google this. 2D rotation matrix. Here it is. I think it's just like here we'll do the fun way. So need numpy for this. This isn't adding a dependency. np.array as np. Everyone imports numpy as np. So we math too. Import math. So it was math.cosine of theta, negative math.sine of theta, and then you get math.sine of theta, math.cosine of theta. Def rotation matrix angle, or T, that's your angle. I think if I take this and I go over to this one, yes. Import math, import numpy as np. And m equals rotation matrix, and we want math.pi over 2. So this is like 90 degrees. And let's say we have, is it m at numpy.array 0, 1. No, that's matrix. It's m dot. No, wait, is it np dot dot? None type. What is m? I forgot to add a return. Just do it there. A little bit sloppy, but whatever. Where was I? There we go. There's our matrix. There we go. 0, negative 1. So it's going counterclockwise. Yeah, that makes sense. Or it's, yeah, it's funky. So what I need to do here, okay, I don't need Moon Rabbit Collection anymore, I don't think. I'm gonna pull this up here and we can figure out how we're gonna do the math on this. So left is 0. So that means that our default, so self.rotation, not self.rm equals rotation matrix of orientation times math.pi over 2. Yes, that's correct. Oh, I forgot a self here. Self, and then self.position equals np.dot of self.rotation matrix and numpy.array negative 1. Let's see if I did this right. So we have negative 1 each to, so here's the test. So if we have negative 1 here, that goes to negative, yep, that looks right. Let's make another matrix. And then it, yep, that's correct. Okay. So now all I have to do from this is 16. That's the tile size. No, wait, 8. And we put it in the center. So 8 plus np array of position. So this is going to be the origin. And to render it, I'm gonna have to do something a little bit funny here. Miscellaneous. We're gonna make that dot the center. So we're at 24, so we're looking for 47 in height to make to center it properly. So now if you rotate this image and you just center it, it'll be placed correctly. Now pygame.transform.rotate. Pygame now. Rotation equals that. Rotation. That's converting it to degrees. And then Pygame's like backwards or something, so I might have to tweak this, but here, let's cache this. This will be faster if I cache it. It'll use a little bit more RAM, but it's fine. And we want to rotate self.e assets, images. This will be misc. I think it's misc plant, right? Let's pull that up. Yep, misc plant. And render self.e render. What Z do I use for this stuff? Gotta think for a moment. Here, let me just start up the level editor and see where I put them. I forgot. There's a reasoning behind it. -2, which puts it in front of the player? Do I want that? I don't think I want that. I think the appropriate place is 5.7. That's a bit scuffed. No, wait. -5.7, sorry. Self.image. How did I do this? Offset. I got the offset passed to me, right? Plant. I'm thinking. So it's self.origin plus, no, minus offset. And then you want to center the image too, so minus. Funny math. Now, I just gotta, I think that might actually cover me. Let's run it and see if I got it right. Did I do the math right? Probably not. It's probably just gonna crash. Yep. Yep, that makes sense. I think it's a list. It's an iterable or something like that. Yeah. I see them. That's not the right position at all. Not even close. Um, so what could have happened here? Why are they there? Dot of that plus. Okay, let's just do this first and see what happens. So subtract, this is correct. Why are they placed like that? Ha. How did this happen? Okay, let's try not rotating it. Well, let's get the basic thing first. Just take this. Let's not rotate it. That goes just wherever the thing says it goes. And then we want to take out that part too. I'll just like leave it here so we can paste it back in, but so they're all up right now. But what on earth? Oh, I think I know what happened. Those look like the, hang on. Those look like the spots for the NPC spawn. Hang on. That's not right. I'm confused. Is it not indexed like that? No, I'm pretty sure. Well, there's an easy way to tell. Print tile data tile ID. Literally just print out every single entity and see what I'm getting here. So X is in fact the first value. What is going on? So 1 is 2. Pass in that. Oh, this should be 16, not. That explains a lot. I had the wrong tile size in there. There we go. Okay, now we can put all this other stuff back. Turns out my linear algebra was correct. Probably. We're about to find out. But that wasn't the problem, at least. Okay, now the rotations are wrong. What am I off by here? It's like off by 90 degrees. That's so weird. Is it all? So it's like rotated 90 degrees to the left, which is too much. Um, Oh yeah, that makes sense. I think I got like plant because 0 for this part should be it's upright. You want to go 270 because I didn't start on the upright position. That's why I should have started in the upright position. Cool. Now they're floating. The one on the left side's placed correctly. So are the roof ones are not placed correctly? What about the ones on the right? I'm looking for. So it's the vertical ones that are placed incorrectly. How did that happen? I got half of them right. So what could have gone wrong? Eh. So this could be backwards. Literally just can do that. Yep, that did it. So now the matrix is correct. The annoying thing is that the x-axis is the opposite of what you get in math for like Pygame. Anyways, so now those things are in the game, and I need them to spawn their fruit. And the reason I have the rotation matrix is so that I can place the spawn points of the fiber. But getting those positions is going to be a bit of work here. I think that was an item in itself, wasn't it? Plant spawns is its own item. So next up is fiber spawns. So this one, images, misc. So the way I'm gonna have to do this. Trying to think of how this is gonna work with the rotation matrix. So apply the rotation matrix from. Can I write it sideways? So it's gonna be from the origin, which means rotate like that. So that's what I'm doing with. I have to write the coordinates in these terms. So, for example, well, this is the origin right here. So I'm gonna start writing these down. We've got one right at the end. So that one will be the size, the width. So we've got one at 24, 0. And then we've got one at 13 and something. That'll be whatever that is, 8. And then this one is 4 and 1, 2, 3. 4. Wait. So there, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's 17, 4. 16, whatever this is, 7. And then we'll also have one here, 10, 6. All right. Wait a second, it's even width. Did I do that right? Boy. I might have to add just to make this, I need the tall part to be the middle here. So we do that, and then these 5 points are valid. Okay. Now, fiber spawn points equals any of the following: 24, 0, 13, 8, 17, 4, 16, 7, 10, 6. Now, those are with respect to the origin after the rotation is, or before the rotation is applied. So, next step, def spawn fiber self, and that'll be self.fiber random.choice fiber spawn points this will just like try to spawn the fiber, won't necessarily. So new random. So if p not in self.fiber, then we can spawn this one. So self.fiber p equals, and then we need to give it a position. Self.origin plus p, numpy.array of p, and then numpy.dot self.rotation, or rotation matrix. And then we'll just spawn a bunch of them, so like for I in range, and so this will probably get all of them for some of them. Self.spawn fiber. That's not what's actually going to be in the game, but we'll do this for now. Now we just render all of them. If self.fiber, wait, no, for fiber in self.fiber of values. I think it's just fiber. Fiberball. This is just going to be fiber minus offset. It does need to be centered. Actually, no, it's faster if I don't compute it, and I just do whatever it actually is, just hard code it. Better runtime. 3 is what I subtract. And then it needs to be in front. And that might be it. Let's see. Look at that. The math is not correct. Hang on. I'm noticing I think I made a mistake in how I recorded those numbers. Hang on. The math might be correct, but yep. How was this working? I think the first two were negatives. And then the bottom two were positives. I think that's how it was. Yep. They all seem to be leaning right to me. They're like all 1 pixel to the right. I think it's -4 I'm looking for, not -3. There we go. That's better. So now it can populate randomly in any of the points where the fiber can spawn. So if I just spawn a couple of them, if I just spawn like 3 or 2, you'll see it'll be placed differently on all of them. But it'll be on a spot on the image that's valid even after rotating. So that was annoying. That's, I think, the first time I've actually... No, I used matrices and pix cards for a different purpose. You can do this without matrices, it's just not as fancy. It would be a little bit more code and a little bit more thought, I feel like. Anyways, so we have these now. The idea is you're supposed to be able to collect them. I need to optimize the rendering because there's a bunch of these and they each have their own fiber holes. So what I'll do is give it a rect and say self.rect equals pygame.rect. I mean, that's basically this information. That's the X position. Ooh, can't do the offset yet. And then self.image.get size. And then when we want to go and render it, I think I can just do this. There. And I think there's a thing for the camera, like a rect. This is under MISC, I think. It doesn't have a rect. What? I can make one. It's got a size and a position, so that'll be enough. No, actually, I should store it. Self.rect equals pygame.rect. This will be faster this way. Self.position, self.size. Simple as that. Import pygame. And let's make it oversized a little bit. So self.position 0 -10, self.position 1 -10, self.size 0 plus 20, self.size 1 plus 20. And then I do have to put it up here. Now, if I go into here, I can say if self.egame.camera.rect.collide.rect self.rect, then we can render all this stuff. So ideally, I should see no difference. And, well, it crashed. That's a pretty big difference. What did I do wrong? I tried to splat it. Must be a rectangle cell object. Oh, I forgot to splat this one. Okay. So I'm just making sure that the stuff appears on the edge of the screen properly. So yeah, it's working. Now, well, there's a quick check I can do. If I go over to the plant, and I just put an else on here, else, and bruh. So that'll tell me that there's a bunch of stuff that's failing it, and that tells me that there's not that many plants being rendered, which will save on performance. Now, this is useful for another reason, because when I go and do the physics for collecting fiber, I need to make sure that it's kind of nearby before I do all the checks, so that I'm not checking every single fiberball against the player, which isn't that many. It'd probably run fine, but would maybe eat away at a couple frames, which I don't want. Anyways, so now I can go back here. We've got the fiber spawns working. So inventory, so this is having the inventory and being able to collect fiber. So that's the next thing. I might take a break after doing this. Grab something to eat in for like half an hour to an hour, and then come back, do this, and then eat again, and then yeah. I have a weird eating schedule. Well, I had a snack today. On my days off from work, I have a weird schedule. I'll eat my first meal normally as a snack around noon. And then I might have another snack in the afternoon. And then I'll eat my big meal for the day around 6. So a lot of days I'll go like 18 hours without eating, which I think is normally considered healthy. When I have work, I only eat 2 meals. I eat what is it? I ate a snack around noon, or like my lunch, kind of. Actually, calorie-wise, it's a meal, but it's a lot of nuts, which are heavy in calories. So even though it doesn't look like much. So yeah, I'll eat around noon, and then when I get back, which is like a 7-hour span or something. Can you create a game with Python and C++ together? Yes. Now, it might make your build process a little bit annoying, but you can. Faster to load runner code. I'm not sure which part that was in response to. But performance is only an issue if I do something stupid. Even if I rendered all of those plants and all those fireballs and did all the physics, it would have probably been above 60 FPS. I was working on the plant spawns. What is a matrix? That's a question for Google. That's a complicated topic. I mean, the simple answer is just think of a two-dimensional array. But the way you do math with it is its own thing. Anyways. Inventory. Gotta be able to collect those fiber balls. But the way the inventory is going to work is that you won't be able to collect items after it would like kind of soft lock you. So like for example, if you've got 4 inventory slots, you could not collect 4 fiber. You can collect 3 fiber and 1 core. But it'll only, it's like when you're collecting fiber, you need to always have either already a core in your inventory, or you'll need to have or you'll need to have one extra open space. And then, or no, two open spaces, or a core in your inventory plus an open space. And then when you're grabbing cores, you need to have a combination of like four. You see the math on it. It's like on one end you've got like four open spaces, or I'm just looking at my keyboard. Need to clean that out more. Yeah, you have like you'll have to do the math. Say, trying cleaning my desk a bit, but yeah, do the math to say that it's like four open spaces or three fibers in open space, or anything in between where it adds up to four. Or I guess you say the number of fibers you have plus the open spaces is four. You can, no, that's correct. You just need to always make it so that you can craft what you need, because I don't want to add the functionality to drop items. The only way to get rid of items is to turn them into boots and sell them. That will be the game design. So the one important question is, how many inventory spots should you start with? I think the correct answer should be 4. And then you go and buy more. So like when you buy your first slot, you go from you could grab two gravity cores at a time, and then you go grab your 3 fiber, make boots, grab 3 fiber again, make boots again, and then you have to go back to get your stuff. And there's different, the math works out differently depending on what you're trying to do. Just, I guess, optimizing for this game, like as a player, trying to get the absolute best score possible will be quite a challenge to figure out the proper optimization for. It'll be interesting, because the Alakajam has a tournament thing where people compete for highest scores, which happens every now and then. So if I submit this for that, that'll be fun. Yeah, this is probably one of my less like player-friendly games, like player-friendly game designs. It's more complicated than most other game jams I've made. There's a fair bit of complexity in the basic mechanics, because you got to go grab items, you have crafting, you have 2 different types of abilities to mess with gravity. So yeah. And then also the shop. So there's a lot of random stuff in here. All right, so let's go ahead. Did I delete the browse? I think I did. Okay. Next up is inventory, and we got to add the inventory slots visually. I'll write a script for it. So the script's not going to do a whole lot. So we have self.slots equals 4, and then self.slot contents equals a dictionary. That's so that I can have gaps, but it's also just a list of size whatever I need, basically. Def take. Well, we'll say attempt take, so this will handle the logic of when items have to be rejected. So item type So if I go to UI here, the items are plant fiber, gravity cell, and then the boots. You can't take the boots. So you either take gravity cell or plant fiber. So if item type is plant fiber, at property def count item self. Oh, I forgot the self over here. So self does for item in dot values self count count equals 0. If item is item type count plus equals 1 turn count. So yeah, you have to either have first of all, you need to have, in any case, you have to have a remaining open slot. That's the first thing. So if len self dot slot or if self dot slots minus that is more than 0, that's the first requirement. Then for plant fiber, as long as you have at least one gravity core, you're fine. So that or so if self dot count item gravity core plus or so if you have that, or you can have, I'm just going to create a remaining slots thing, or def open slots self return this. Self dot open slots is more than 0. Self dot open slots is more than 1, and that means you have room for the fiber and another gravity core. Turn true. We can take this item. So self dot take item type, and I'll create a take function. This just finds the next slot in the inventory. So for slot in range self dot slots, if slot not in self dot slot contents, self dot slot content slot equals item type, and so that'll put it in the inventory in the next open slot, and we'll return here just so it doesn't add it into multiple slots. So now the more complicated one is if you're trying to take a gravity core, then you gotta count the plant fibers, and so this plus the open slots is what you care about. So that plus open slots is got to be 4. Wait. Yes, that's right. So you need 1 open slot, 3 plant fiber. You could have 4 plant fiber, but you wouldn't have gotten here because you would have well, you can't have open slots 0 because that's already gated. But like if you have 2 plant fiber, you need to have 2 open slots, and then you can take it. And then return true. And then down here return false. And that's the take logic. So now if I want to get the items, I just go through the slots and then check the contents. What else? Oh, I need a super.NET here. And I think that should work. So let's go ahead and write this or set this up. Self.inventory equals that. From scripts.inventory import that. And then inventory dot or no, wait, that. And then when we're over in the plant, for fiber in self.fiber.values r equals pygame.rect, and we want it to be fiber 0 minus 4, fiber 1 minus 4, 7, 7. If self.e game.player.rect.collide rect r, if self.e inventory.attempt take. So we want to try to take the item. So this is a fiber or plant fiber. Is that right? Where's my inventory? Plant fiber, yep. So if you successfully take it, then del. Oh wait, now I need to do for f in self.fiber. Fiber equals self.fiber f. Del self.fiber f. And then you can't change size during iterations, so I gotta do a list right here. I think that'll work. So you take it, and then pops into your inventory. Now I just need to render the inventory from the HUD. So this one's easier than the abilities, I think. So for slot in self.e inventory, there's range dot slots. If slot in self.e inventory dot slot contents, item type equals this index with the slot. And now we can render the slot itself. Where's the slot? Oh, here it is. So we got a slot image. We want to do this from, I have a slot spacing of 6, it looks like. So 6 plus slot, or 6 slot. Wait. No, 6 plus slot by slot image get height plus 6. Or yes, that is correct. I think we're about to find out. And then these images, though, just render it like this. Same coordinates. And actually, they should be like higher. And so that should be 2. That should be 1. Or, no, that's 2. This is 1. This is 3. This is 1. Okay. And this is going to be an F string again, but this is going to be the item underscore item type. That might work. Let's see. There we go. Okay, so I just need to get the offsets. I think it was 3, right? So that becomes 9 and 9. No, it's 4. So 10 and 10. No, that is not right. Or was I HUD? Why is that so wrong? Is it 8? That's weird. What happened there? Must be different image sizes thing. So what'll end up happening is it'll give you a warning later about that. I think what I might do is change the spacing on these. These ones could be a little bit closer. Those could be 3 apart. So 3 and then so 5 and 5. This becomes 3 and 3 and 3. So there I've got the items in my inventory. Now the next thing is actually no, I think that's it for the inventory pretty much. I mean, the shop will change how it works, and then but the big thing is just being able to craft, but that's like interaction based. So crafting is going to be done from the 2 workstations we've got here. So I want to make this work. I'll do the bubbles afterwards, but I do want to have these working. So yeah, there's 2 types of stations. Station.py, import scripts.pigpen as pp, class station, element, def, init, self, pass, and then I have to do the same stuff from the plant. So we just grab this just for the arguments. I'm going to delete most of it. Pass, and oh, you know what? I don't think I have to change the render. So that one, oh no, I do have to do that stuff because it's not. I have like an entity system. I could make these entities, in which case that saves me a little bit of work, but to make them entities, then I have to do some extra stuff. So because I would have to create the assets under the entities folder, so it might be a little bit quicker to do it this way. We'll pass on this for now. This should take position and image, or station type, and we do self.position equals position, self.type equals station, not static method, station type. All right, I don't think static method you use as a decorator. I don't think it's even valid if you don't have an @ sign before it. I mean, I guess you could. So decorator is a function that's you're passing another function into. So everyone uses it like a decorator, but I guess you could call it as a function. Anyways, we got our station type. Self.rect equals pygame.rect. Import rect. Oh no, pygame. And that'll be self.position. And then the image size. Are these like, how did I do this? I think the easiest way is to actually just export these into their own thing under miscellaneous. That's a first. I just noticed that the Spanish word for box came into my head before the English word earlier. Box. And then we need the anvil. Anvil. All right. So property def image self return self.e assets images misc station self.type self.image.get size, and then so if self.e game.player.rect.collide rect self.rect if self.e input.pressed interact, this means we're using it. So we have two cases. So if station or self.type is box, we do one thing. If self.type is anvil, we do another. We need to render it too. Self.e render. Just want to blip the self.image to its position. Self.position 0 minus offset 0. Use the y-axis. Z equals, I think it should be behind the player. No, actually we can put it in front. In which case we use -1, -2. That'll be fine. And we don't group equals group, I guess. We'll do that. So that renders it. And then we have the collision detection here with the, yeah, okay, so now we just need to spawn them. So for that, we go over to the hooks from the tile data and we say if tile data tile ID 1 is 1, I'm gonna do a little bit of a hack here. I don't remember where I saw this the first time. It's a funny thing you can do. Hang on. You pass in the position, and then for the type, we're gonna say box anvil, and you index it tile ID 0. So just like an in-place indexing. And we'll throw this under entities. Now they should appear in the world. There's the box. Where's the anvil? I thought it was around here. And that's up here. Here's the anvil. So I'm shorter than the anvil. So the way it'll work is I go to the box and, well, first of all, if I'm near it, it should show the X key above it so that I know to press it. And that's going to appear in the HUD. So this is going to be interesting. Let's go over to, where's the station? Self.e assets images UI X key. No, it's a V key. That's for interact. I'm gonna need time. And we need at its position plus it's 1, 2, 3, 3 cross 5, 7 is width. So plus or minus 3 or 4. So plus though the width over 2. Minus 3. And then this will be minus self-direct height. No, that's already, no, that's already correct. So minus 10. 12 plus 1 if time 1 is less than 0.25 else 0. Did I do that right? And then group equals UI. This needs to go in the UI layer. Z will be 50. So that should make it, self.nearby equals false. We say false here. True. If you're nearby, then you render it. So yeah, see, look, now there's the key that I need to press. So stand near it, press V. Might take the player a little bit to look at that and see that that's the V key. So you press V, and it should, the way I'm going to code is it's going to give you the item. So I got to go over to here, literally just this. I'm going to put this behind a pass. Well, I'm going to have a pass behind it for not to, won't actually do anything. Later, I'm going to put some sound effects and visual effects there, but for now, that's fine. And that's going to be gravity core. And then the anvil is going to be attempt craft. And def attempt craft self. If self.count item plant fiber is more than or equal to 3, and you also have a gravity core. Then you gotta delete 3. So let's say expected and plant fiber. Three, gravity core 1. So that's the recipe essentially. And we do plant fiber, and I guess for the sake of it, gravity core. And so now we go through for slot in self.slot contents. If self.slot contents in So t equals of that. And I say if t in expected t, it's gotta be in it, and it's gotta have a non-zero value. Then you subtract 1, and self.slot content slot del. Given equals false. If not given, self.slot content slot equals, what was it called? I forgot what the item was called for the actual boots. UI gravity boots. And given equals true. Just got to do a list up here so that I can change it during iteration. And return true, return false. So that should take all the items it needs. So attempt craft, and this will work when I expand the inventory too. Where was it? It was station. I already did that. So that'll just give me it, and then it should appear in my inventory. Okay. I think I'll show the icon even if you can't craft it yet, just so the players can learn that they need to be pressing that. But then I'll put out a warning saying, hey, you don't have enough, blah, 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 if that's the case. But that'll be kind of in the tutorial section when I put all those things in. So we have all these things. Nope. Item gravity core. Isn't that what it's called? Gravity cell, really? No, I'm not doing that. You're getting renamed. So V. So now I have all the items I need. So I just gotta go over to the anvil over here. And so I already got some boots. And I could like go ahead and like start collecting this stuff. Oh, you know what? When I do the math on these things, I need to subtract the count of the shoes. Because they shoes should count as open slots. Or property def open slots plus shoes. So plus self.count item gravity boots. And actually this this should be factored out. Let me just do self.open slots. And then when I go and do this crafting stuff, so the plus should be that. And then I'll do this logic. So you should have an open slot plus a gravity core. Or 2. You need 2 of it. At least a gravity core and an open slot. I think that's the correct logic. Probably. So I'm gonna have to double check this. But so that gives me the boots. And yeah, so I can pick those up, but then I can't take this anymore because my inventory is full. Now let's see if it works the other way around. So if I try to grab gravity core, can I? Oops, I hit the wrong button. I'm gonna start floating away. Wrong thing. All right. Make our shoes. Now the tricky part is to actually get through here without touching any of the fiber. And this will be part of the game essentially. So you're gonna be like jumping over this stuff later. Yes, I can only take one, that's correct. But then I shouldn't be able to get any more than 2 of the fiber. Yay. So now, this is a valid inventory state. Next thing would be to give these items to things. Although I need the crafting guideline bubbles. So there's gonna be bubbles above the workstations that tell you, hey, like for the anvil, it'll say, well, so yeah, for the anvil, it'll say the core plus the free of the fiber equals equals the boots. And then for the other one, it's going to show just a smaller bubble that just shows the core. And they'll like disappear when you get close or something. There's going to be a fair bit of work that goes into that because they're going to be like, I don't know, like thought bubbles looking. So they're going to be like a little bit bubbly on the edges, probably, or something like that. They got to be dynamically sized. They have to have like animations for popping in and out. I have to animate the. Actually, no, I think the way I'll animate it is to just animate the bubble itself, but then as soon as it's like disappearing, the actual thing contents of it will just instantly disappear. I could like resize it, but that's a lot of work. I already did the boot crafting. Yay. So tutorial bubbles are next. And then NPCs money. Okay, so I'm making good time here on these ones. I was hoping I think I said 7 p.m. to get these done. And I think that's pretty reasonable. I'll read chat in a moment here and then I'll like take a snack break. And then that'll leave me at I think I can get that done by 7. Even with a snack break, that still leaves me like almost 3 hours to do these 3, which I mean, as long as tutorial bubbles don't give me too hard of a time. So I do those, and then the ending might take a little bit because I gotta like animate that and stuff. That's a bit of work. Yeah, so gotta animate that ending and just like kind of have a gameplay loop there. So once I do these, I have a gameplay loop, and then that could be my submission. Everything else is technically optional. This is the if I have time for this is the thing I would prefer over this, but I'd do it after. But yeah, so make a good time. Let's see what's in the chat. Should migrate to cursor? You talking about the AI thing? You've been inspired by my videos to make your own custom tile engine with Pygame that supports procedural generation. I'm curious how you would talk about procedural generation, but I think the mechanisms or like the techniques people use for games vary drastically, and you really are kind of like writing your own algorithms that I don't see how you could extract it too much. Maybe you could just say you would have a callback function for generating a tile or something. I don't know. Uh, what's the theme? It's gravity. What should the game? Or yeah, it's also gravity. I'm not using ECS. Will what be released? My engine is already released. It's just not like I didn't document it. You can go rip it out of Moonrabbit Collection. There's a license on a subsection of the code that is the framework, and you can use that. The license went made it open source July of last year, so you can go and use that. Yep. The uh, just make sure you don't steal the stuff that isn't under that license. Oh, it is on Patreon too. There's other stuff you get on Patreon, but the actual framework stuff is uh available publicly now. Am I still up all this for? No, I'm not. I haven't been awake. I took on. Well, I went to sleep last night and slept for 8 hours. I don't really mess with my sleep schedule for this. So you say I take some sort of stimulus. I don't even drink coffee. I don't. I get caffeine maybe once a month because maybe uh I'll have like a soda or something like that that has caffeine in it now. Just normally. Um, I'll do that like maybe once a month. But other than that, I don't even get caffeine. I don't I don't take any medication. Don't do any alcohol either. So although the alcohol would have the opposite effect. But yeah. Now what I did, there is one trick I use, and I'm you guys can't tell that I've been doing it this whole time. Um, is listening to music. So during all the streams so far, I've been listening to music the whole time. And there's this thing I found. I when I played Beat Saber enough, the music you play, well, that plays during like when like the music that's in Beat Saber for whatever you're playing, which I do a lot of custom songs, so it's a lot of like J-core. Um, it it it's such an intense, I guess, exercise that it gets your adrenaline going. And what I found out is that once I've done that enough, I can listen to the music that I normally hear in Beat Saber without actually playing Beat Saber and get an adrenaline rush, which can actually help me work faster. Uh, so it's a what is there's no physical stimulant that I'm using, just music. Uh, it's a good idea to make schematics. I don't have time for that. Do I work in any other languages? My main job is embedded C++. Kind of know music can be really going. Well, and also I wouldn't mind like if you guys. It would be nice actually if you guys could hear the music I'm listening to too. But the I get in trouble with copyright stuff. So bad idea. Actually, like half of it I can actually play on YouTube, and like it was set up by the creator of the music to not flag it. Um, and I've used it in some of my streams, but I think like well the other half of it I can't do that with. I have some pixels poking out. How do I handle collision for that? I just use the base tile size for collisions. I don't mess with that. So it's just there visually. It's not there physically. All right. So this is the plan now. It's almost 4. I'm gonna probably take a break until 4:30ish, maybe 5. Um, and then I'll come back, do these, and hopefully have these done by 7. Slip these in, get or hopefully get these done, and then go to bed. And then do these tomorrow. I might do like so depending if I have time to get this done today. I think either way, I'm not streaming on Sunday because I normally don't stream the music part. And then I just know something. Is my chronolapse even? I forgot chronolapse again. Oops. Man, there's gonna be a lot of gaps in chronolapse. Wait, let me see what the last time is. I might just stop doing chronolapse. Let me see what the last thing was. That's oof. That's a 2-hour gap. What was I doing? I might be able to keep it. Just try not to do that again, I guess. If I miss another large section, I'm just gonna scrap the time lapse because that's annoying. I think all I missed was I didn't miss that much. I think it like people probably won't notice that much is missing because like visually not much has changed in the game. It's mostly mechanics. Why is this edited? Oh, but yeah, I can show the game real quick. So you collect the things, and then you can craft boots. The thing you're crafting boots for are gonna be like other characters that are just floating around in the sky. You gotta like, um, and you gotta you gotta sell the boots to them by just running into them. And then so they'll give you money and you can like buy upgrades and stuff that can help you do that faster. And then it'll just be like how many boots can you sell in a given amount of time. So I don't know how much time I'll give. Maybe I'll give like 5 minutes of boot selling. Maybe we'll do like I think 5 might be fine. Because you're gonna play it once, just kind of like learn how it works, and maybe do it a second time, and then it's 10 minutes total, which sounds about right. But yeah, so this is where I'm at, and you can walk on the ceiling. You can also like do stuff like this. You can bounce around by turning your gravity off, and like yeah, you can do fun stuff. This would be an interesting parkour game. Yeah, you can. I would like to see like recordings of whoever's got the highest score on this. It'll be very funny to see how they move around. Because a lot of it is also going to be like memorizing the map, and it's like, hey, if I want to get to this area or something, what's the fastest way using these mechanics to get there? So like just got to the opposite corner reasonably fast there. Anyways, yep. So I'm gonna go ahead and end this stream. I'll be back in maybe an hour to an hour and a half. Wait, no, in a half an hour to an hour. And then I'll knock out some more stuff. So I think total 2 more streams today. How did I add the background anytime you do background full screen? No, so there's only 40 things in the background and they kind of wrap around, so it's fake. And then just everything that's rendered is only rendered if it's on the screen, except for some of the entities. Anyways, I'll see you guys in a little bit.